from the ashes. What are we? A phoenix?
No, we're in Edge.
Oh. Wait, we are?
No, that's a
Playing this
different game.
wrong. Oh, okay.
That's a different investigation for a different time.
Do you get to prosecute as Edgeworth in those games?
Maybe? I haven't played them.
Also, would I be able to get like a little Discord stream going? Maybe that's
Oh
what
my
the-
god, that's what I was forgetting. I was like, yeah, I forgot something. I forgot to give you the ability to see.
My eyes
Kind of
have been
important.
opened. Alright, we're perfect now. Look,
All right.
dejected Emma, a great place to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Because Emma witnessed the Joe Dark killings, also known as the SL9 incident.
Mhm.
But you just found out that was the SL9 incident, and now it all comes full circle.
Yes.
So Emma, what's the deal with the SL9 incident? What's the deal with that?
Tell us about it.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too.
Tell us all about your trauma.
There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season, and that's why I'm terrified of thunderstorms. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work.
That's why I'm terrified of dinner.
Then suddenly, a terrifying man came bursting into the office.
That's why I'm terrified of men. Terrifying men. Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me.
That's why I'm afraid of knives and screaming.
I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
That's why I'm afraid of cowboys. Prosecutor Marshall's brother. Or Jake Marshall's brother, sorry.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then,
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture? Can I see it?
Yes,
The permanent
you can.
picture. Here it is.
I can't wait for permanent picture get when she just like draws it out for us. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that.
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
Must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Anyway, about that picture. Is
Not that picture.
it like a Polaroid?
Is it?
What did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I mean, not entirely.
Also, poor Marshall, he was stabbed.
Oh, yeah, that too. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. The kids and not being able to stay conscious when people are getting stabbed or shot right next to them.
Why
Like,
can't you
what's
just deal with traumatic moments
Oh
in the
my God.
moment? Gee.
It would literally be, with these cases, it would be so much easier if you guys would just stop passing out. Like, come on, grow up. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
That's why I'm afraid of arms. The Nintendo Switch game. Poor Emma, you've been through so much.
couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. Dang it. Do you think she's gotten better in 2 years?
2 years ago. Must have been 14. That's understandable. But now you're 16, so you should be able to draw a better one. Yeah, can you do that now? She draws it, and it is the clown from ARMS. It all makes sense. It's all coming together.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective's offices in the questioning room were right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
It's news to me, too. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective. Better have another talk with her.
Does Lana even have a badge? Like an attorney's badge?
Does she have, like, this kind of badge? See this? It's my attorney's badge.
Yeah. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before.
First one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me.
Composition is mostly silver, but plating is flaking a bit.
She analyzed it, scientifically.
Doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'll give you $50 for it. It's $50 that I just borrowed from the chief.
So we know she has it. Sorry, but
Yes.
it's not for sale yet. Alright, detention center?
Let's do it. What's the deal with Lana?
That's my favorite sitcom.
Lana. Mr. Wright, seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. How the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs?
Suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
I do have a right to know. I'm an attorney.
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
Really means it.
Also, if you show it to me, I'll kill you.
Well, I guess you are the murderer. Anyways.
Yes.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Whoa. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, it doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It also involves the person I stabbed. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant? Who's that?
Huh? I think he was the deputy chief of police, maybe? But he still worked the crime scenes.
Nah, never heard of the guy.
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. Handsome, and a Pokemon villain. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
She could pass for a Pokemon gym leader.
She definitely could.
Emma really idolizes her big sister.
She's like Gym 2 or 3, though, you know?
Yeah, like a fighting type leader.
Yeah, I could see it.
Now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
Or maybe like a steel type. Anyways.
I can see it. To gain experience investigating crime scenes, you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
Yeah, if you can call it an investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. All of them who are fired are dead now. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning, and we were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
He tried to murder Emma.
He didn't really try to murder him. It's just like, he just happened to be there.
He kind of tried.
Prosecutor Marshall was just trying to save me from Dark. He was just saying hello, I think.
With a knife.
IMO. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
So, what's it like being the first one at a crime scene? Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall left their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me.
You were the first person to run the scene, Lana.
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled of blood.
3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out.
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. We're all involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence,
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
I don't buy it.
What are you... Wait, what?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance, quote unquote.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I don't know why.
Became a cowboy. Really weird.
I guess he just wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
I like to think that, like, the chalk drawings for the bodies are still going to be on the floor in there. Like, he definitely keeps it just as a memento.
Alright, now the question is, how do I get there?
Seems like the right place. Wait, do we? Maybe? Him? He? Maybe?
Who?
Perhaps?
Oh, no gumshoe.
Aww.
Bad day, no gumshoe.
Dang it. Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. You can come back here later.
Fine, I don't want to talk to anybody here anyways.
East Farm?
East Farm entrance, maybe?
Hey, howdy. Howdy, Bambina.
Mr. Marshall!
Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Thought it'd be funny. Why do prospectors head west?
Because you thought it'd be funny? I think it'd be funny.
If ever there was a case I needed to know what the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Seems like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Alright, one last chance to talk to him.
Steak lunch. Oh, okay.
Give him the day-old steak lunch that we don't have anymore.
Aw, he ate it.
You want some luminol?
This is as good as a steak lunch.
Yeah, it tastes good, I can tell you.
What?
What? Anyway, Dark Trial. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered. The evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Oh. Sorry, who are they?
I think these are new characters. I think we're about to learn about them.
Oh, okay.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. Oh, these guys.
Oh.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was...
We're not on the force.
Yeah,
So.
obviously. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left.
Oh.
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Killed someone. Real fucked up. Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. Never found out. Honest secret. It all started 2 years ago. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. One thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy.
Oh.
He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today.
Oh.
Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
No, don't go. No.
Riding off into the sunset. Never to be seen again.
We should just kill him right now so that he can't get away.
That seems like a better ending, yeah.
A true Cowboys ending.
No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Oh. Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
We should go back and murder someone in the evidence room just to muddy the waters even more. Give us some more time.
I agree.
Gotta find all of the answers by tomorrow. How do we get to the police department?
Maybe we start with this office and then we go somewhere. I'm
Maybe.
not sure.
We'll figure it out.
Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. Took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
Guess we'll just have to come back later.
Also, I had the thought, I swear if this is another, like, trophy or clock situation where it's like, oh, by the way, the King of Prosecutors Award, there's a secret compartment. There's like a, I could see it is the thing. And so I don't want to rule out that possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know this game too well at this point. How do we...
Can we look at our evidence real quick?
Yeah.
Let me inspect the trophy because I got that thought earlier.
Now
and
you
I'm just
want to
like,
look.
I need to know
Fair
if there's a
enough.
secret false bottom or not. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here.
Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it.
Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. Guess he must be a foreigner.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime.
When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. I mean, it's got
It looks-
Von Karma written all over it.
It's like, it looks like the entire list is Von Karma, and then there's one from like 2 years ago that would be Marshall. Then it's Von Karma again, then it's Edgeworth.
Oh, that's a really good catch, actually. Yeah.
I can read Japanese, so I just
You can read barcode. Fist.
Oh.
That's about it.
Question is, how did Marshall get the award the 1 year whenever Von Karma got all the others, you know?
He took a sabbatical. Remember after he got shot?
Oh, that's right.
At least that's what I would think it would be.
Probably. Well, no, because Edgeworth was like 9 when that happened. Or like young.
Oh, yeah.
So it would have
good
been more
point.
than 2 years ago.
Huh, I don't know then.
Which means he still won the award even when he took the break.
Place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
If you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Yeah, just go ahead and go do whatever you want in the chief police officer's office.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Emma, just let it happen.
Like, we were just gonna, like, go in there and steal stuff.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Ah.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Still going there.
I like that she waited until she specifically heard she couldn't go. Yeah.
She's a criminal. It runs in the family.
It does.
Oh my god, the giant orchid. I forgot about this
He
completely.
is indeed a Pokemon villain.
Oh, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes.
You set off the alarm. Good job, Emma.
I never could remember where C was.
Hmm?
In the alphabet in general, I just never... Oh!
Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto! Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies! See that picture on the wall over there?
No.
Yeah, also, I like how Emma said she was really good at the organ until they started trying to teach her notes.
Yeah.
That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture.
I wonder if it's the big shiny knife that's being held by the statue right next to it. I mean, for the face.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
You mean like up to his neck and everything?
Yeah. That too. No, I mean like the statue's holding a knife, but then also on top of that, there's the vase in the background.
Oh yeah. Lot going on with this picture. Take note of
There
it
is.
all. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though.
Get team. This guy, he is a Pokemon trainer.
He is. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
And it's gonna be another one if you don't leave right now. That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
Luminol, where's my defense, Luminol?
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Claps at you aggressively.
Also, I love the idea of defense luminol.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
You can't deny our request to search the crime scene. It means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. Definitely not because it's his office.
You mean like a clue?
Gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Window.
Through the window, they'll never know. Okay. What's our plan?
Go back to the Tilly. Wait, Gumshoe?
Just go right back in. Hey, pal!
Hey!
Detective Gumshoe! Applause! Cheering. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
Gumshoe, we love you!
I'm just taking a breath. Just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
Oh.
Sounds serious.
Sounds like there's probably a lot of sexual tension there then, too. Wait.
I mean...
is it because of what my sister said?
This is an Ace Attorney game. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Whole world? How are they going to split up his blood evenly?
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Now this guy is the guilty party here, isn't he? Or she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going on around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
Also, my first name is Richard. Why is everybody asking that?
Thank you, Detective First Name Gumshoe.
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Try not to stick out like a... Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Doc left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when he killed Prosecutor Marshall. He was trying to protect some girl. I feel like I've been losing the Gumshoe voice the longer this game goes on.
Me when I...
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Pull a knife on him. It'll jog his memory.
Should we do that
Let's
now?
ask him about this. Okay. Let's keep talking for now.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? Made him take the serial killing. Well, everyone's got hobbies, right? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. Are you good?
Give me a minute. I don't know why. I don't know why that caught me so off guard. It's just like, oh, you know, he's 42, he's a normal businessman. Yeah, he hit somebody with his car and decided, yeah, I'm gonna be a serial killer now.
I mean...
with his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed it into a Sorry, I'm becoming an animal. I hope I become a red panda. He killed a man that witnessed that accident. A kid walked by then when he was burying the bodies, the game scored by itself. A jogger came up upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. I don't know why, for the first time, the game decided it was going to automatically scroll the text.
Yes.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Not a red panda. Of course, this is all conjecture. Wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. The prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma.
Yeah, real glad that last witness wasn't killed, because then they testified in court. Oh, wait a minute.
Anyways, let's pull out a knife on the detective in the police officer's headquarters.
So I just need to, real quick, do a little...
About this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it, with the label SL9 incident on it.
Alright, there we go.
Okay, good. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
When the day Detective Goodman was murdered, there suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. My trauma.
Well, what was it, Detective? What was your trauma? Quick, before you forget again.
Tell us everything. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. I traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
It is dick hole. Wait, where was it?
What did you say my name?
No.
This victim, Neil Marshall, is carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. A little too conclusive.
Autopsy report get. New switchblade get.
Oh.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should talk to Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? Where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
What if I let a civilian in there? I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. I don't plan on becoming canned Dick.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Let's pull out the other knife.
Blue Badger.
Blue Bat. I was kind of thinking maybe.
I was kind of joking, but this might actually be the right answer.
This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
Amen! Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded so well.
I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. That didn't give us any... No.
Gave us something good, though. Can we show him the, keep one over the side? I know what I'm looking... Oh, the picture from the office. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, we have so much evidence in this
Yeah.
case.
Oh, he doesn't know anything about it. Okay.
No. Okay. Ah. What can we show him?
The vase, maybe?
Maybe? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before?
Did we do any kind of... Yeah.
Here?
Maybe we can show it to him now? No?
Oh, okay.
I guess we can't, like, investigate this and look at... No.
Maybe we can. No, it's just
No, okay.
for our own viewing pleasure.
I see. What was the thing we just got to the far right?
That's the autopsy.
Okay. And then... yeah, what else do we have?
So something that would make it so like we absolutely need to get in there.
Can we go back to the... Wait, hold on. Stop for just a second. What was the screwdriver? Edgeworth's.
This is what Edgeworth went into the evidence room to get, because Gant asked him to, like before the murders happened.
Gotcha.
I think it was just like a few minutes before.
Okay. Did we ever show the time card to Gumshoe?
I don't know that we did. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. Funny number. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 777777777. One 7 too many, Detective.
Ooh, get him.
An executive officer. Just might have a hunch.
So we got some hints, but nothing
Yeah.
that we can do anything with. Wait.
Mm-hmm.
What if we just have to go get him lunch?
That might be it. Maybe. I mean,
I'm just saying that's
we can go
definite
check.
possibility.
Also, wouldn't hurt maybe just to like look around other areas just in case.
Yeah. No
Might
lunch.
as well check here since this is the only
Edgeworth?
place we can. Oh,
Ah, nice.
I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. Looks like he's writing something.
There he is. There's our favorite boy. What are you doing here? Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor.
I like how he threw it on the floor.
Tough day in court, huh? Had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
You're up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. Someday he'll love me. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. You just talk to him?
Yeah, let's talk to him.
I did also see that there's just like a little paper right there.
Yeah, what's the deal with the little...
What's with the little paper? I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
Letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
Evidence!
I think I know what we use that for.
We show it to the court.
Yes.
Court of...
During the trial, we show that and be like, he's not a prosecutor anymore. This proves it.
This proves... I like it.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do... There's nothing I can do to erase the facts. You didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work, so tell me why.
Tell me why?
Why has it all come to this? I like to think Emma's just singing that like quietly to herself in the corner.
Tell me why?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up.
I never thought I'd hear you say...
Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. All seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? List of evidence. Seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Hey, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seemed strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in the ceremony of it at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gan asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. You came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right.
Can we show him the photo?
Yeah.
'Cause we didn't mention that.
The picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding... It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Is there more there? There we go.
Hey.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that.
Yeah, my grandfather used to tell me this every night.
Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well.
I already know. Why are you telling me?
I don't... Please.
What?
Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. Second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute.
Objection.
Those claims contradict each other. Very, very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. It's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? I'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. New information. Okay, anything else we want to show him?
Our attorney's badge, probably.
Yeah, you need to see that. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney a long time ago.
What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yet a clear path is laid out before me. I have no time to look back on what might have been. What do you think of this little guy?
What do you...
I don't think he's a fan.
You didn't like it. Get out, quickly.
Leave. Run.
Quick, find gumshoe.
Oh?
Lunch get? Excuse me. What did you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Sorry, can I just...
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't move again right away for a reason.
You know?
Take it in.
Yeah. Alright.
Are we mentally prepared to move past this?
Yes.
Okay.
Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. It can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Just like a cow's... Miss Star's hatred toward Lana.
What?
What? It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best are put on that SL9's case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Sir Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
He was being used? Which one of these first, do you think?
Let's do being used first.
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
And last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Hope you know how to cook.
Yeah, that seemed like a good one to leave on, but we still have more things to ask.
Duo. Let's figure it out. Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Wee wee! Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake ever would have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Oh, it made her angry. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Maybe just get out of here. We just question people and show them stuff until they get pissed, and then we leave.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what being a lawyer is like in real life too.
You know what? You might be right. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no.
Huh?
Not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. We have to kill Gumshoe.
Something we can do. What?
What?
Let's kill him. That'll change his mind. Let's
It's
do
Illumin already. Do we just show him the thing?
Stab him with the Edgeworth letter of resignation.
Knife.
Oh, with a knife.
Edgeworth's knife. So poetic.
It would be.
Alright, give him the thing. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? That's a lot of ellipses. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. Can't do that. If someone found out.
I wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So, at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you.
Yeah.
Time to commit crime.
Yes.
Time.
Can we look at his ID? Just first
yes.
things first. I
Yes,
just want to look at his ID more closely.
Then time for crime.
Yes.
Look at our boy.
Oh,
Look at our boy.
Ooh. Sergeant.
Such a handsome gentleman.
Sergeant Gumshoe? Sergeant something?
What's
I can't
that
make
say?
it out. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic. Oh, it probably says Sergeant Detective Gumshoe. That's what it says.
Oh,
I can see the D. I just can't make out the rest.
yeah. Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Whatever you
Look,
do,
his
don't
eyes are
say
half
his first
shut.
name. Yeah, his mouth is half open.
Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch.
He's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond a photogenic issue.
ID 673.
There's nothing back there.
Can you rotate a Gumshoe's ID card in your head if you close your eyes
If I close my eyes,
and
I can
rotate?
try and imagine his beauty, but I can't fully get it there.
I can rotate Gumshoe's ID card in my head. I can also just open my eyes and watch you rotate it.
Yeah, that also works. It's just something mesmerizing about it.
There it is.
He was just
It's very
watching
nice.
us this entire time. Just
They're just like closely looking.
just like bent over, staring at it, like right up at our face.
Literally trash talking his photo, like right in front of him.
Emma's looking at it with a magnifying glass.
Like, wow. Oh, wow, this is awful. It's This might be the worst one I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Anyways, let's commit a crime.
Commit crime. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Alright, cool. Play the organ. Go, 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 go.
Do it now.
We're in. Anyone finds us now?
Kill him. Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. That's really late reaction. Like the conversation has started at this point. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. You're here, then what was the point of giving us your ID card? Choose ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! Hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now, committing crimes and such. Look at us.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Look at us, a couple of cards like the one of mine that you just crumpled and destroyed. Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this.
Most immediately, I want to examine the statue on the right.
Yes. Suspicious statue.
Yes.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Well, I'm just
That's another
screenshotting that.
Yep.
Dude, it's based Emma.
Dude, Emma is spitting right now.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Alright, what else are we looking at?
What's the deal with his safe? Can we break in?
Do it. This is a safe, isn't it?
No.
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Oh, we have to find the code.
7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Input it. Do it.
You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Wait, Gumshoe, what's your birthday?
Alright, I think...
please.
I have an idea. What, do you have an idea?
I don't really know. Could you just like go to the 7 for a second?
Yeah?
Could you just like put in 7?
Okay.
I think for next week put in like a 7.
Alright. Bold choice.
Maybe we was 7.
Not what I would have picked personally, but okay. I'll trust you on this.
It's gonna be a little weird. Maybe another 7.
Okay.
Follow it up with a 7.
Well, it's the only logical move, yeah, after that
Yeah,
point.
yeah. And then could we maybe get like a backspace in here?
This is a move that's never been seen before, but yeah, we can do that real quick, okay?
Okay. And then actually, can we just put like 2 7s in here just to make up for that? I just think that'll probably be a wise call. Maybe just do like a 7.
Bold strategy, but let's see if it pays off. This game is so dumb.
Chief of police right there.
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
I entered 7. 7. Whose birthday was that, pal? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. The final ID card number on that record.
What? Who was born in 7777?
Me, the number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside? No.
Nah. I'll look at this vase.
Fine, we'll look inside. Actually, I do want to look at the vase too later, maybe, but like...
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a,
Shot from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth.
That's a cowboy cloth if I've ever seen it.
Yeehaw. That's a cloth
Handprint,
saying that.
isn't it? Oh, God.
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Nah, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now, on account of us taking the things out of the safe. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on. There's gotta be something we can show the detective. Maybe just like a weird little vase?
Maybe just a...
Or we could keep investigating the office before we do that, just in case we
Alright.
get kicked out soon.
Fair enough.
Phone? Or desk?
Desk. Oh, no, desk.
Wow. Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Wait, you guys were here earlier?
Wait. Who's Gant?
What?
I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. Wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. Yeah, that's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence.
You guys remember that moment when Edgeworth said that he had a half-size list of evidence, like,
Not
5 minutes ago?
particularly. No.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll remember after we flash back to it.
Oh, okay, good. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
Would appear so.
Say, Emma. Alright,
Wait,
let's
look
keep
at
looking.
the desk
Look at the
again.
desk again? Yeah, let's look at the desk again. Wow, look at the size of his desk.
Found this inside the drawer. List of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
Remember when that happened?
Do you
What would
remember
this
that?
list be doing here? Better look a little more into this. Okay.
Okay.
Organ?
Organ? Yeah.
Play that organ. Chief's
Yep.
organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. It's on the 2nd floor. This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. He makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. It's an instrument of punishment, literally. Badamtis.
But are the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. What are we looking at over here?
Let's start with the photo again. This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
Today, Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Hey, Boys Dog, thank you for that subscription. Very kind of you. Gee, you think? About 8 months. The passage of time needs to stop, please.
I mean, we could make it stop.
We could. We really believe. These shelves are almost empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh.
Alright, what else?
Is that the picture on the far left? Is that what that gave us? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What's on the, I guess, window?
Window? Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Gumshoe, are you good? Note yourself, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window, and he gets fired. Oh my god, Phoenix.
Don't say that!
Jesus Christ. That's maybe the meanest thing he says.
That was a pretty hard line, I can't lie. Alright, let's deal with her desk, and then we can start showing Gumshoe some evidence.
It was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. It was the stuff of legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime?
Ooh.
Right, you said you wanted to show Gumshoe some stuff?
Yeah, let's give him the, give him the vase to start.
Okay. Detective Gumshoe, did you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? Hey, you mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yeah, that one. That was in the safe.
Oh, now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Let's do it.
Do it.
He just couldn't hear the bells on account of the organ.
Right. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
I can piece this together again.
I'm gonna eat this later, but here's some glue.
Yeah. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes.
Oh god, I
Fine.
don't think we can do it.
Comes
No.
fine. Wait.
No, I don't think it
Comes fine. There we
No.
go. There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
What?
Hey, guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Full jar obtained.
Hey.
Alright.
Well, I'd say we could fill it up, but it's got a hole in the bottom, so.
Oh, yeah.
Unlucky. So that was the. What was the other thing that was in the safe?
It was a cut-off piece of leather with a handprint on it.
Oh, maybe show him the photo?
Maybe. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Ah, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Good to stay positive.
I guess not, but we can talk to him now.
Let's
though.
talk to him for now, yeah. But then I do think we need to get that scrap before we move on.
That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who is in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining.
I mean, surely we're gonna have to spray that with blood.
Oh,
just saying.
we can actually. Yeah, I forgot about that. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason we're coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go like that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Hey, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
Ooh.
I have strong feelings for that man. Strong, normal feelings for that man. There you go, ignoring me again. Yeah, Gumshoe is actually on the ball right now. For once. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. He is the greatest detective in this game.
He is. Alright, the question is, can we use the luminol fluid? That's the first thing I'm wondering.
We should try that. Let's...
And then the second thing I'm wondering is what else we need to potentially show. No, okay.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff.
Hey.
Now I can go around detecting blood traces, too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Oh, well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Okay, never mind about what I said about Gumshoe. Never mind. He had one good thought.
It was a nice try.
He gets to have one good thought every decade or so.
Correct.
Alright.
So we saw a piece of leather.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think how we tie that to this case.
There's a piece of leather with a handprint on it.
Maybe we just do the handprint?
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
To self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
What else do we have?
Nah, I'm trying to figure it out
Maybe
as
we
well.
could do the fingerprint dusting thing?
Oh yeah, we could. Present it. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. I don't know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints?
It's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! Yeah, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
I'm really concerned about this guy. Do you think we should, like...
I mean, he's gotten us this far,
like
so...
Yeah, you know what? Let's go. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. What is Phoenix's deal
Self-aware
this
ace
time?
attorney.
Phoenix is, like, competent attitude this time around.
Well, it's probably because Edgeworth is also on edge, and so it's just, you know...
It could be that, and also that we're at risk of being found committing a crime, like, at any moment now, I guess. Alright, let's get this over with. Just saying, he's being a bit of a jerk. Oh.
Yeah.
Let's get a nice,
Ooh,
solid layer on there.
Oh, yeah, that's looking real nice. That's looking good. Oh, yeah, that's looking, that's good.
And dust
yeah,
that
that's
off.
looking good.
I give it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Hey, let's try a different finger then.
Alright, which finger do you think?
Let's try the pointer finger. Actually, let's try the middle finger.
Oh,
No, never mind. That's fine.
I mean, I can go back. Or I can just do it.
Yeah, well, we've come this far. It's not cost fallacy.
I give it my best shot. It's just same thing.
Nice try, idiot. Try a different finger.
For middle, he said?
Yeah, let's try middle, and then if not, the thumb. Because both of those look fairly clear.
Oh, hold on, I got it.
Oh.
Not good
I don't
enough.
actually see it yet. I don't actually see any.
It could be anything.
Could be really. It's hard to tell what this is. Even
Who's that
actually. I'm not
Pokemon?
really sure. Pikachu.
You're right, it's Pikachu.
Ooh.
It's him.
Oh no. Oh no, Emma committed. Oh no, Emma, why did you murder that guy? Emma. Emma, why would you do it?
That's weird.
I knew she murdered him. I said it from the start.
How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Actually, I don't think the prints are old enough yet. Man, oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Evidence kit. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card that I've destroyed, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Camp! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir.
Just can't draw off the ID because he doesn't have one anymore.
We'll be on our way too then. Wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You, with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Look,
And we never
pal.
saw him again.
Yeah, dead.
Rest herself.
Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. No, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth? Who's that?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
What else did Edgeworth say about me?
What did he say? Was it good things? Did he say he liked me?
Come on. Did he mention anything about my hair? Did he say anything about how I dress? Did he like...
I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. Not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. That you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? What I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Meekins, it's him.
It's Officer Meekins. Should we present it?
I'm kind of curious what happens if we do.
Let's do it.
But I also... Oh, okay, that's fine. To
Person whom you fear is this.
be honest, there's someone a bit scarier.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, what with all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? I mean, if you're gonna offer, like, I mean, come on.
You ask me, you're the scary one. Alright, let's just...
Oh, we have to do it right this time? Alright, fine, Gant.
Well, Miss Sky?
You're right. You are addressing the chief prosecutor. Actually, I'm addressing the back of her head, but do not forget your place. How'd she turn around on her chair?
They give all of the criminals swivel chairs.
Yeah, but we don't see the back of the chair, which means she's just doing like the Captain America, like flip the chair around and like sit on it backwards thing. But she didn't move her leg, so she just like I don't know.
Good swivel
I'm
chair.
impressed.
I take
Oh,
it
okay.
she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies.
Oh wait, no,
Please
you're
tell
right.
me-
There was a back of the chair. No, it's not a swivel chair.
Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I mean, just this? Or
Probably the ledger?
this?
I would think so, because this is the... At least this shows that he was hiding in evidence.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. That's a lie. That was in the desk. I've lied to you. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Oh, sorry.
Okay. No, go ahead.
You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Chunk's lock was broken. I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body.
Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
Knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife?
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. Seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. The word got out, which it would. The reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
Bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
he disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence?
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
How's she doing it? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
You need to tell me how you're doing the chair trick, please. But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. I hope you can now also earn my respect as a father to Emma, please. Don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
Oh. Bum bum bum.
Alright, you ready for the final time to go to the court?
Oh, I am. Could we maybe get a quick BRB before we do that?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Alright, cool. And then I'm ready to go.
Do another save.
Sounds good. Hey,
And now I'm actually unmuted. There we go.
dawn of the final day. Well, dawn of the final trial.
Yes, but also the final day.
Also the final day, yes.
The defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could you be?
Probably off murdering someone.
Where's Emma, for that matter? Almost seems as if... I don't know.
Something's been happening behind the scenes.
So yeah, be prepared for a long final trial.
Oh,
That's
I'm
a big
ready.
one. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Could be anyone, actually. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. She didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. This is it, Luigi. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
A gun.
That's how she did it. She covered up the bullet hole with a knife hole.
Oh, it makes sense now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
This is the last time we're going to see the judge. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Nope, there he is. We saw him again.
Oh yeah, we saw it there. I was wrong.
Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Oh. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Well. Just apparated in. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
No, she's not allowed.
No. Get her out of here. Shoot. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put in an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot in the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack the direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. The defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. I'm a naive little man, thank you very much. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue...
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. I'm kind of bored, so might as well do something. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
I had planned this to take up my entire day. Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
He's really taking the Emma by the sky, you know?
I'd like to cross-examine the horse. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name's Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. It is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Really all that relevant?
Yes, most certainly is.
Oh. Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast.
I like how the defense side's like, it's like, is this relevant? I need to see 6 points of proof.
Yeah.
And you need to buy me lunch. His Edgeworth is just like, yes, it's relevant.
That's why he's the best.
Yup.
Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. I mean, he was trained by Von Karma, and that's like Von Karma's entire deal.
That's true.
Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright, here we go, the beginning of the end.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
Objection.
A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Ooh, ooh.
We got something?
She's lying. She said stabbed him in the chest, but I'm pretty sure the autopsy or the police with the knife, wasn't that like in his back?
We can look at it right now. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. Knife tip was found in the wound.
Ooh, it's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I'm pretty sure we could just go straight to the end, but I really want to press Emma and just see what happens.
Okay.
Like, I just want to press on all of these.
On everything? Just go down the line?
Yes.
Alright.
Yes. Sorry, Emma, we gotta do it.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
You just press on
Press
everything?
one. Yep.
A man.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Just keep pressing.
Yeah.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But,
You pressing?
yeah, why not? We've come this far.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There's a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
Hear more.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
Ask about the picture. I want to know about the picture.
Picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Drew a picture that's not, but seems to have been lost. I'm go ahead and press on this one. I think that's what we just got, but
Press on it?
yeah.
Yeah, this is the one we just unlocked.
Oh, okay, then let's go to the next one.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yeah, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
Picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. Guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. You've seen that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
Man. And raise up nice and stab Mr. Marshall in the chest. We'll go ahead and press on this one, but then we'll probably present the evidence of the autopsy against this.
Must have been a real shock.
Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dack was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dack. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. Need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can about this.
Alright, let's present on the very last message. Maybe it doesn't want this yet, but we can try. The autopsy report against where it says that he was stabbed in the chest.
Okay.
Oh, maybe I'm
Nope.
an idiot. I don't know why I was thinking that was in the back. It did say hard and long. Okay, never mind.
I am going to go ahead and load,
That's fine.
just because this is a massive one,
Yeah, no,
and we
fair.
don't want to risk losing all those points.
Okay, so then we need to push something on the picture then. So what evidence do we have? Oh, yeah, so we can probably present the half evidence list.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What's this? Papers have two sides?
Oh, wait!
Oh, we didn't know that.
What? No, no. Hold...
Go ahead and check this and...
Oh, that was there the whole time.
Yo!
Interesting.
Neat.
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. You learn something new every day.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge would have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
Order! Order! But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor,
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
the evidence list was torn in half. And there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. Edgeworth also doesn't know how to rotate objects.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Oh my god. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. No,
No.
it couldn't be.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Um,
And we have the full list.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
Can we real quick, can we look at the thing? No, well, after this.
Sorry, yeah.
Either way. This is the picture that I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Look at the picture. Can we see the other half of it? Yeah. Okay, so it does look like it is actually something from that, not just an extension of this photo. Like a separate doodle. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Anyways, we'll come back to that probably. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dack about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Reaction. Press on this.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Press on this one.
At the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked back to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
Go ahead, press.
Oh, press on that one?
Yeah.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. You really need to torture this girl any further?
Yeah, right?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture... Wait, if Edward's not the bad guy, and Wright's not the bad guy...
It must be Emma.
Emma! Let's press on this one as well.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course. It's the exact scene.
Was it influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better
Yes,
watch
it happens
out.
all the time.
We might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. Claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction here.
There's no window. Or maybe it's the thing that's in his hand.
Possibly.
What's the
what?
next thing? Yeah, after this one. Okay. Could we... I kind of want to look at this closer, but like I can't see the bottom of the photo right now.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Hold on. That was me misinputting.
Wrong button. So, what's the contradiction here?
I mean, it would have to be the weapon, right?
Well, she said, look, so what did she say? She said that she was pushed off to the side.
I mean, the weapon's the only significant thing in the photo, I would think.
I would think so as well. The only other thing I could think is like him being somehow the pose on the floor. But I haven't been able to put something like that together yet.
Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark.
Maybe we do present that, yeah.
You think?
I think so, because well... Yeah, actually, I think that would be a good guess, because that, seems like...
No.
No. Okay. So what else do we have, then? That's exactly what I saw in that instant. What about the autopsy report again? What did it say?
Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. The knife tip was in the wound. Look at
Yeah,
it.
see, this is what I was trying to get at. Yeah, so it says stab in the back, but in this photo, it's from the front.
Yeah, so should we present this now, you think?
Yeah, I think let's give this a try now.
Cool. Yeah, I think you were maybe on the right track in the previous
Just a little early.
interrogation. I remember this case doing that a lot here at the end, where it's like, oh, I figured this out a little bit early, but you can't actually present it until later.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there we go.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew
It's terrible. Oh.
is subpar at best.
What? But I drew. I thought I was the best artist in school. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
I don't know how we point to this.
Yeah,
Maybe we
just the
point to the
weapon?
I was thinking the victim on the floor being front facing.
You think?
Let's try that.
Think it's this part here?
I don't see what's so strange about that.
It's because this drawing stinks.
Whoa! Mr. Wright.
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
That's also just another good one right there.
I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
Take another look at that autopsy report in this picture.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it'd be faster if you pointed it out.
Alright, let's try the knife.
Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
That's sort of the angle I was trying to follow, was the fact that it wasn't sharp. And the blade was in the body, so that meant they would have already been stabbed once.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah.
Oh, what's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is one other explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
Ooh!
You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No.
Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one?
Well, we're gonna say there is another one.
The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. So, please feel free to enlighten us.
Gonna save. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Oh, would it be the trophy? Because there used to be the halberd, but there no longer is the halberd on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give no input for a while because I think I do kind of remember where this trial is going at this point.
Okay, that's fine. Let me double check the other evidence, but I don't hate the trophy idea. Otherwise, I don't hate the idea of something in the photograph because that one knife is to keep literally pointing out so much. Except for the fact that it's not broken. Can we look at that photograph again? The one that's... Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, it's definitely the trophy then.
Alright. If anything's broken here, it's you.
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. May I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Never mind. Maybe we try the photograph.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember this last trial, like, really wants, like, specific evidence presented in a specific way.
Yeah, makes sense.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. The Blue Badger. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah!
What is this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? As if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, and the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
The prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? I have no goddamn clue. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
With the "that's right," I thought she was about to say, "I'm the blue badger," and the way that one guy says, "I'm the gorilla" in Over the Garden Wall. That's right. I'm the blue badger.
Right. I'm the blue badger. That's right, my honeypot Edgeworth. I'm the blue badger. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? Should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Blue badger did it.
Oh my
The
god.
blue badger was the killer the whole time.
This is certainly most unusual.
I knew it. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
Edgeworth is just a little... He's struggling right now, you know?
Yeah. Unless I read that poorly, which is very possible.
No, you read it correctly. It just was missing the verb, wasn't right.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further.
Lana.
Forward-leaning Lana.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to my crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee, and please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. The chewy, nougaty core.
Saw that man raise his knife. I panicked and rushed towards both of them. Sorry, I'll press on the first one to start. Just so we can get more information and be like, hey, it was definitely such and such, you know?
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So you
Panicked and rushed towards both of them. Let's press on this.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Press on this.
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
The Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
what you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened?
Press on this one. I gotta get to the bottom of the Blue Badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. That was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
I wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Let's press on this.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. May well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. Or was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really?
I just might know.
Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to save the game.
My only thought here is basically, since Gumshoe was able to dream this up, and because he has the mind like a child, I'm thinking that basically it was something that he also would have seen, which is probably, well, we'll get to the options, but potentially the chief or something related to that.
Yeah, again, I remember the answer to this one, so I will have no input. It is
Yeah,
the
no, fair
defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
Ooh, wait. Can you go to the vase for a second?
You want to check it?
Yeah. How if we rotate it a little bit? I can see this being Blue Badger-like. Oh, I can see this being Blue Badger-like. But I don't know if this is sitting in this room.
Well, I think they more just meant like we have the evidence.
Okay. Can we also just look at the photo again as well? The photo of the people. I'm down to give the vase a try.
Mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. I don't know why I presented this. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint.
Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Oh god. Can you rotate this to look like the blue badger?
Hold on. Give me a minute. Is that... like...
Maybe from the bottom hole?
From the bottom, I think?
Wait, kind of. Wait, yeah, kind of looks like. Wait, hold on.
Think like that?
Like if you look
I was
straight on
thinking-
at the bottom hole,
I was-
you can see the 3 bronze pieces, right?
Yeah. I'm not sure the exact angle they want.
Kind of looks like it. Maybe
What do you-
rotate
what
it
do
the
you-
other
what do
way,
you
like.
think? Like facing this way or the other way?
I just imagine him doing this in court, just rotating this thing. Let's go. Just move
I feel like it's like this.
that.
Maybe.
Maybe I feel like it's probably from one of the holes. I don't know if it's from the top or bottom though.
You think like
Kind of make sense if it were from the bottom, because in my head it would be. It's like rotate over to the bottom. Like if you stop right there.
but like flipped over?
Yeah, exactly. Like flip the other direction.
Really hard to.
Oh, you're almost there.
What? Hold on, because
Wait.
I can only rotate it with one stick, and so it's there, like this.
I could kind of see it like that.
Are we going for it?
We can try. I really don't know exactly how this one's supposed
This
to.
isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the fence its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept this claim. I'll find just the right angle. Okay, they don't punish us for it, at least.
That's good. Alright, I'll let you take your guess at the angle, because maybe we just try that from the top.
I wonder if it's like this.
Oh, like that would make sense. That seems a little bit more accurate.
That's not right. No.
Huh.
Never mind.
That one seems really close, though.
Okay, so...
Maybe he just wants it directly from the hole on the top? Or like
maybe.
that?
That seemed right. I don't... That's why...
Yeah, so I'd say go back to where you just had it before with the one we just submitted.
Just directly, like, looking in. Like this.
Maybe angle it up more. Keep going, keep going. Maybe go just like a little further up.
Like here?
Maybe if we just try it like that.
Come on, Phoenix, please.
Maybe it just wants it like completely horizontal or so completely like vertical.
Maybe. Let's try just
So, like, complete-
like this.
Or just that.
once.
Yeah, let's try that first.
No, okay. Thank God they don't punish us for this.
Yeah. Okay, so just tilt it so it's like the top of the jar is like on the floor basically.
Okay.
Like all
Like
the way.
this.
Yeah, just like all the way up, yeah.
How do they want this?
This is it. This is where we get stuck forever. We're
Yeah.
never gonna be free.
This is why this case takes ages.
Tried that.
I
This
feel like
thing
it
is
should have been like this.
I thought so too.
Maybe like
Like up?
this?
Yeah, it's kind of like in between where we had before.
I
mean, what, go up?
No. Alright.
Maybe do that, but just rotate it 90 degrees. Or so 180 degrees, so it's the other side.
Okay. It should... So it has to be like this then.
Try it.
No, should I just look it up?
Maybe? I mean,
I feel like we've done
Well,
so many angles, we would have just stumbled on it by now.
unless there's something that's like on the back that we're missing.
I don't know. I swear it should have been this.
That's what I would have thought as well. I mean, here, angle it like slip down more, down a little further. All right, sorry, other down.
Oh.
Let's just try it like that because I don't think we got one quite around there. Okay.
Phoenix?
Maybe you should look this one
Maybe
up.
I should just look this one up.
No. What angle they're looking for here?
Okay,
Yeah, because definitely we did that one. It seemed like that should have been right. The hole is supposed to be on the bottom. We have tried that angle before.
wait, it is supposed
Wait,
to be.
The big hole or the little hole? Like the top one? Let's try the top hole on the bottom.
Okay.
The bottom one, okay.
It's supposed to be. Wait, so like this? Like this? Supposed to be like this? No.
Yeah.
Or
Wait. You
What,
gotta
what?
go back. Now tilt up. Other up.
other up. Oh, like this?
Keep going.
I don't.
Go backwards a little bit. Around there, maybe?
Here?
As Loon would say, that is how we measure stream delay. I know you're so excited.
Yeah,
That's right.
don't worry.
Alright,
I'm.
you let me know what you find.
I literally did have a guide up in case we needed it because I remembered how absurd this last one is. It has pictures for a later part. It does not have a picture for how to. Okay, there it is. Rotate the jar like this. I had it right. I had it right the first time.
Oh, let's try again.
I had it right the first time. God damn it.
Yeah, that's what I figured it wasn't like it just was very finicky about that specific angle for some reason.
Yeah, once it like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say that makes sense.
Phoenix.
It's not right.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh.
Alright, same thing, we just get it a little bit.
I'm gonna look at the picture. It is exact. I just do it like that. It is exact. This is exact.
Maybe
That was pixel perfect to what they have on the guy.
Okay. Let's try this again, but make sure it's like horizontally aligned perfectly with the grid in the background.
Give me a second here. Give me a second. God damn you, WebP. Hold
You're
on.
filling your visual calculus checks right now.
Hold on.
My thought is basically that maybe it just needs to be horizontally aligned perfectly, because that was one thing, like our things weren't horizontally, it wasn't quite right. Like they weren't even perfectly.
When I'm doing something. I can be held accountable. There's what it's supposed to look like.
Oh yeah. Here's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I
Alright.
think it's literally the
You
grid.
can-
So like align it with the grid so that
Okay. That is
you
so
see the
hard.
two things on the right
That
are
is
not
so
currently...
hard to do. You don't understand.
Wait, hold on. Go back. You have left and right buttons, RB and LB. Oh
I
wait,
do.
you got
Okay.
it.
Oh.
Okay. Now just align it. Almost.
What do you think? You guide me, because I can't look
Hold
at
on.
OBS.
Alright, pause right there.
Alright. Let me look at this.
Okay, wait. That looks really good. That looks really good. Let's submit it.
Look at this.
Perfect.
Look at this.
It's perfect.
If the game says no, if the game says this is bad, it's broken. Okay.
Oh, we did it. I was
Good
very
God.
picky about the grid.
Get that out of here.
The jar.
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue bat. There's a reason this last trial takes like hours.
I imagine that's a fun part of speedrunning this game.
Oh, I'm
Like
sure.
that in specific.
I wonder what the speedrunning community is like for a Phoenix Wright game. I never thought of that.
That's a good question.
Order. The defense has proven its claim.
After a good while of just moving that jar around, eventually they got there.
The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of this crime is actually this...
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing actually was just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw the jar? I'll save again. Gonna be saving constantly.
That's fine. Ooh. I wonder... I want to say the murder weapon specifically because the jar had blood on it and we had to like put this thing back together. But the other thing is the location potentially... I mean, we knew it was in front of one of the windows. I guess we don't know enough to know which window it was yet. So we also saw Jennifer. Let's say the murder weapon for now. I think that's my... Well... No, we already figured that out. I wonder if it's just the location here. Give me half a second to think, but...
Yeah, take your time. This is a tough case. Take your time with it.
I mean, we already know the murder weapon. If anything, her seeing this jar, or the shadow of it, means that something was different than what we knew before. So is that the murderer? Or is that the location? I think it would be the location.
Alright, final answer?
Yeah, let's do location.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gantz. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gantz's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gantz's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. But this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. He said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
It would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Oh, he's thinking.
Yes. I'm always thinking. That's the problem, Edgeworth. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
She's gone. What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have to prove. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence? What's that?
I'm willing to bet you don't know what evidence is.
He's
Yes,
right, I
it's
don't know what evidence is.
Yes, I would also like to know what evidence is, and it would be difficult to prove without it.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Certainly can't get dead people to testify. Unless...
Sorry?
Maya?
Maya?
This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
I swear to God, if this is the trophy, if this is the clock trophy, that's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Turns out that the prosecutor's trophy was also a recorder. Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind.
Court record.
You want to look at the court record?
Yeah, can we?
Yeah.
Um. Hold on, go to the photo for a second, just so I can think through this. Oh wait, go to the jar as well. I want to say we do, because it looks almost like this jar has stuff written on it, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, I'll give you a closer look.
I mean, I don't speak blood-stained dots, but that looks like it could be a name.
Yeah, is that what you want to go with?
Yeah, let's say it's in the evidence.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Yes.
I certainly will. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky.
Hmm?
Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is
Wait,
only
it's not?
one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. It conveys a message from the deceased.
You want to go with the jar?
I feel like going with the jar is a good bet here.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
That thing could, I'm sure it would. Like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a
Yes,
line here. Oh,
There's a line here, drawn in blood.
so what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
Connect the dots. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer to us. I've got to connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. The murderer's name.
Oh god, connect the dots.
Is it just...
Oh,
okay.
Okay, cool.
So that's how we do it.
So it's probably just from there to the left. Yeah, and then there down. Yeah, and then maybe there to the right. Oh, it's coming together. Oh, it's coming together. And then from there to the right. And then from there down. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, we don't have to. We don't have to solve this.
I feel like maybe...
I think we have to connect the
The
dots.
rest of this just kind of comes into place
Doesn't
here.
seem like we need to draw this any further.
Kind of comes into place. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Seems like we probably don't need to
This
do anything
looks
else here.
Pretty good.
I think that I can't quite make out. I think
I'm an artistic genius. Anyway, what were you saying?
just
What
nothing. I was just thinking, and I just was thinking if we need to.
Sorry, I got
Do you
so
think Emma has money
distracted. Huh?
for a defense attorney?
Oh, she can afford Phoenix for sure.
Okay, cool. She did just get $50 from the chief, probably.
She did. that would be enough for him. That would be more than enough.
That's probably more. Yeah.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
Who's?
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. He was killed by an emu.
Hmm. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life.
Was Emma Sky. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dack was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. I don't know how to replicate that sound. There we go. But Joe Dack really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Is it? Is it really?
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
Deny it? Man, what's going on with the prosecutor's office?
He would have sent innocent man to death. He could sit there like it wasn't his fault.
Order! Order for Jim. Are there any Jims in here?
That's me.
How's your coffee? Oh,
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows.
Bum, bum, bum.
Alright, are you good to keep going, you think, and finish this out?
Yeah. Can I get like 2 minutes to refill water and whatnot?
Yeah, sure. You know what? I'll do the same.
Cool. Sounds good. And then.
Yeah. Alright, we're back.
We did it.
It was you, Edgeworth. Sorry, Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Hey.
It's our favorite boy. I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Oh,
There he goes. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Think it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. You asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
Is that an evidence law for dummies book?
It pretty much is, yeah. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? Said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? We're going to expose him, no matter what it takes.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a case too.
Yeah. Kinda got way too into that last thing. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, only this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and, you know, I just like...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's still no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Ooh, we get to call witnesses now?
Yeah.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Bring the parrot back in. Bring him back.
Yes.
Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Defense calls...
His mom, he's scared. Well, let's see. We can't call Goodman.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think we can call Meekins. We could.
I just want to see him one more time.
I just want to see. I just want to see him again. Detective somebody Gumshoe. It doesn't even have a first name on record, so I don't think we can call him. I'm either between Gant or Lana here. I don't know what Lana's going to give us as the witness in this case.
Keep in mind, the time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. So we're accusing someone here.
Okay.
Who
I
has
see.
done the murder.
Oh, well, it was Lana. I mean, she's murdered everybody here.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
All right. Let's call out Big Dog. Let's call out Big Dog himself.
All right.
He's 65 and he hasn't retired yet.
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does that have to do with anything?
The defendant's partner 2 years ago. Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. By the way, you know how every character's name in this game is like a pun or something?
Yeah.
Damon Gant's thing is the vowels in his name. If you switch A with E.
I mean, other than Demon Gint? What?
Gent. Demon Gent. The Demon Gentleman.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
I'll ask
Oh?
later what Sky's sister's things are, 'cause I never picked up on that one.
Oh, like what? I actually don't know what Lana Skies is. Lana, no. Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Gun. Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Yeah, the fifth does not exist in this world.
Yeah.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Gentleman Dack was arrested.
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dack bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. I better hit him hard and fast. Alright, here we go. Big guy.
Ooh.
Go ahead and save, just so we have it.
So I'm wondering when he says if we hit him hard and fast, if we start pressing on stuff, if we're gonna get like losses for that. I'm interested if that's how that'll work.
I'll let we'll play by however you want to play it.
All right, let's move forward a little bit. What's the next one? Next one. Let's push on this one. Press on this.
How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. But that means... you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway...
let's press on this one as well.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. That how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Worthy, worthy, always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Now I've got to link Gant to the incident.
Ooh. Just because I'm curious to get more lore here. Go forward a little bit. This one where he slipped up. I want to press on this and see how the guy got out because I'm just curious.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden. I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny.
I mean, it was also funny.
It was a bit funny.
Go ahead and press on this one a little bit.
Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
Alright, let's check the court record.
Anything
We have the
specific?
ties.
I also have this book we did.
Oh, can we read the book? Yeah, let's read our
Yeah.
law book.
Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
So what about the court record? Because we did, or sorry, not the court, the evidence list. So my thought is that half of this was found in Gant's desk, which relates to the forged evidence. I think that might be our best bet as far as tying him to evidence forgery. So not presenting against this one, but against probably the last
That's the last
ones.
one here.
Yeah, yeah.
Say it one more time just to be sure. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. It wasn't found inside your safe.
Was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office, are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Do you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? What do you mean, you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
Who?
What? What? Who? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Aji. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
God, what are these guys, telepathic?
Sorry, that place?
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried. Let's keep going for now. Can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Let's press on this one, actually. Because my thought is that because it had the drawing on it, you know that it was... We know a little bit about the time frame of it.
Oh, that's
Let's
a good
keep going.
point. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Press on this. I actually just don't understand what he means by if they were found after Dark was convicted.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Only something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it.
Press on this one.
How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Press on this one as well.
Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. That's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, and you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Ooh. What evidence do we have? I'm not gonna get much from this. Can we just press on this one a little bit?
Yeah.
See what we get from it.
Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. There have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, who would he have helped someone out? Oh, like, I can't read anymore.
I mean, potentially the Lana Sky, because that then gives him some control in the prosecutor's office as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm willing to say point out an accomplice.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Did you want to go
Lana.
with Lana?
Yeah. Wait, no, it was Emma. Shoot, I should have...
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet, as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind!
Good job, Judge. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? 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 Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Accuse the chief of police of blackmail, but murder? That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder.
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Just gonna save again. We're doing that a lot.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Time card. It's his first thought because we got his number on it.
Good call. So this?
Yep. This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do at the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim met Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
I couldn't save beforehand.
That's fine.
Alright.
I'll slow down a little bit.
Okay. I'll go back through it.
At the victim's memo. You can keep going over to the right. What's the memo have on it?
This?
Yeah, there's just SL9, 221. That doesn't really help us. Can you keep going? Oh, wait, hold on. Slow down for a second. So... I kind of think maybe the knife. Either the knife or the shoe. I mean, if we had a way to be like, yo, here's a blood test or something, maybe... Well, actually, it doesn't really help us. I kind of want to say the knife, specifically because the knife we know was in the evidence locker, but it ended up...
Ended up being the murder weapon.
Yeah. But what else do we have?
Alright. I genuinely don't remember, but I do like that thought process.
So it's just proof that he wasn't alone, right?
Yeah. Proof that they met.
Yeah.
Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Go back to the ID. Wait, hold on. Go back to the ID card a second. Oh, sorry, not the ID card. The time card. Can you look at that again? Oh, we don't know for sure whether or not they met in this room, but
That's what we're trying to prove.
Yeah. I mean, this doesn't really give us proof. I kind of feel like the knife might be the best bet.
Yeah, I like your logic there. You want to go with it?
Let's give it a go.
Gotta be something more solid than this. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go to see Chief Gant. Yeah, I'm gonna save here.
Sorry to interrupt your overlays, but the court is waiting.
Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence.
Okay.
Show us proof the victim went to meet the chief on the day of the crime. Hold on. Go back to the autopsy report. Can we press or check this? No, okay. Doesn't seem to help. Note has what? 221 SL9 or...
I wonder...
What are you thinking?
Because would that have been the day that evidence was getting taken out of the evidence room for the SL9 incident.
It was, yes.
So that would be the reason maybe why he went to go... Maybe that's why he would have gone to meet with him. Because his ID card was stolen by Marshall. He didn't have an ID card to get in.
Ooh. So either the memo or even the ID card in that same line of logic.
Yeah, either one maybe. Because that's what happened, right? It was stolen by Marshall.
Yeah, but right now the problem is we can't say definitively that Goodman was murdered in the place.
Yeah, well, right now we're trying to prove that he went to meet with Chief Gant. I guess this would be a reason if his ID was stolen. He needed
maybe
to get
we
into
have
the
like
evidence room.
I'd say maybe we try the memo.
You think memo?
Wait, actually, hold on. Go a little further to the right. We have evidence with the screwdriver, right? That was that Gant specifically requested that Edgeworth bring this back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if there was something similar for Goodman, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So can you go over to the right one? Rubber glove. Wait, what about the rubber? Can you go to the rubber glove for a second? No, it doesn't help. Keep going. Wait, stop right there on the. Oh, what about the? No, one to the left. No, I don't think that. Want to be the vase again? I think maybe the memo is our best bet.
Okay. I'm kind of in agreement. I think either memo or ID card.
All right, let's start with the memo and see.
Nope.
No. Let's try the ID card then. Yeah, I'm definitely struggling to put the pieces together here of something that definitively shows.
Mm-hmm.
You did see Detective Goodman that day. How do I know you saw him?
You think ID card maybe?
We'll try it. I'm not super confident, but...
Nope,
No.
not that either. Say that again, because I feel like we're gonna make a few more mistakes.
That's fair. Let's go back.
I think I would have had to have gone on.
Wait, what about the SL9 incident files? Shows me the original. Because we knew that the case was closing on that day,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't. I'm really struggling to see what ties them together
Yeah.
definitively. You know, it wouldn't just be the time card again, would it? Did we try that one?
I think that's what we're trying to prove right now is the connection to the time card. 'Cause
Right, but
we're
like,
trying to prove that he went to Gant so that we can then go back to the time card and be like, Gant was in the room with him because of the time card. I mean, we can try presenting it.
we'll give it a go.
I
want to say let's try. The other thing is the screwdriver is the. It's gonna sound silly. Let's just try the screwdriver.
Okay.
Specifically because, like we knew that Gant basically had Edgeworth come for this. So I'm wondering if there's something related to that. Nope. Okay.
Nope.
I'm quite at a loss for this one.
Yeah, this is a rough trial. I would have had to go there for.
Wait a minute.
Oh, lost item report can only be submitted to the chief of police.
There we go. Okay, that's what we're looking for. That,
All right,
the
so
detail
yeah,
we didn't know.
it was right line of thinking with the ID card, but we have that specific item for it.
Nice,
Detective
okay.
Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. The Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. And you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way that murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No!
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office! I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
I wonder what that could be.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
He needed leverage, so he used a screwdriver.
I don't know.
Screwdriver, I think, is the one.
Just screwdriver?
Yes.
Alright.
Yep.
Oh, I see. I'm dumb. It's
Because he
Yeah.
had Edgeworth.
It's late. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it in here, in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Oh, I knew it. She's guilty. She did it.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police.
Wait, he is?
Really?
I think so, apparently.
The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body.
I feel like this is maybe necessary.
Maybe.
Do I have any concrete proof?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We do.
How do you want to look at the court record?
Yeah. The thing is, I kind of feel like the knife would be it, if anything. Because that's what ties, because I feel like this would be the way to go, because this ties the evidence locker to the, yeah.
Do you want to say we have evidence?
Yeah. Present evidence and go with the knife.
Can't let him just squirm his way out of this. Gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Please hurry up and present it. Just remember, lunch is on the line here. It better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of doubt.
And you want to go with the knife?
Yeah.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
Proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge.
But
I am the judge. I was right there. I was gonna make a joke about that, but it was already written in.
All right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm going to be late for lunch.
Guess it wasn't enough.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. Won't tolerate any blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying. Well, Mr. Wright, what you got?
Can we look at our evidence? Because that was the one thing I had that was like, yeah, this would tie him to it. Can you go back to the photo for a second that's over to the left there? Is that her jacket? Is it Goodman's?
Would that necessarily tie Gant to it?
No, I was trying to think. Unless that was Gant's jacket. That was the other thing, actually. Could that be his jacket?
Why would she have his jacket?
I don't know if it was in the car, but keep going for now. What about the shoe? What's on the shoe? Goodman and Lana Sky. Okay. What else? Maybe we just say we don't have anything yet.
Alright, final answer?
Yeah, I'll give it a try, because I'm not sure.
No use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Wow. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
They do exist. It's Emma. She's passed out on the floor still.
Can't just stop
Someone
now.
wake her up. Lana.
Defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes will already convene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, the court is now in recess.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Yes!
You mean... been so long.
Oh, there she is.
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. Why is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said?
But Chief, that's not a right to be invoked. There are risks. You know you'll lose at least
Risks.
one finger if this happens.
What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. He forfeits his right to say anything to... I think that's you. I think it's Lana. No, it's you.
Oh,
He's
Emma.
awake. Emma, are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. Must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now, even though you did absolutely do it, as proven in court. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Society. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Oh, we get a better time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you.
I want to be.
I want to be there.
That's just getting late. It's getting real late.
Lana tells the truth. Yeah, I know.
But this is the end. This is the very last bit of it. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Let's do it. Let's end it straight into it.
Yeah, I know for a fact this is the final bit of the trial.
Noise.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you are aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course.
The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dack convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
This is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
So I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth?
You're not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
I right away want to press on the thing where she said she rearranged the crime scene by herself.
Okay.
The next one. Yeah, this one. I think she's stinky and weak and she couldn't do it.
You say you did this all by yourself because you're stinky and weak and you couldn't do it?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? The prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Criticize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dack?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dack was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
Not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
So this is the new one, right? This wasn't in the original?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the one we want to probably look into.
Yeah, let's press a little more on this.
Planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wounds?
And then you moved the body.
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. One that would be great at forging evidence.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others.
Which do we want to know? I mean, they both seem like valuable things to know, but why did you move the body?
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body.
This is the jar that shattered during the events that threatened my plan. Let's press on this.
Pieces of the jar? You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
How? The jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
Must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. I do think there's a contradiction right there with the jar.
Okay.
Let's present the jar to this, because we know there was writing on the jar, and he couldn't have written it if it was already shattered.
Ah. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
More likely than you think. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah,
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
ooh, unless he was really good.
Order, order.
Yeah, but don't point that out. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, seems you're as in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Right away, like the third thing she said, I want to press on.
Okay.
It was... No, the next one. Wait, fragments... Yeah, this one, the fragments. That's what I was looking for.
How could you see with the power out? Should have been pitch black in that office.
That detective was always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol everywhere I go.
It's delicious.
I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Just like my sister Emma gets every last drop out of her luminol bottles. The thing is, she said she got every last piece, but it was strange that most of it was in the evidence locker, but one piece of it was not.
Yeah. Did we have a way to show that? Final fragment was found in Chief Gant's safe. So... maybe?
Let's press on the last one for now, the next thing.
Do you illegally rearrange the crime scene?
Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana, I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. Still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain in the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in here, her testimony.
This is just really putting up a fight. Must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. One final possibility that might turn everything around. Would you like to tell the class, Phoenix?
Yeah, right? Check it out. Wait, hold on, go back. Go back to the very first one. So she immediately noticed the blood places in the jar. I mean, again, she said she carries a flashlight or whatever. I'm sure it seems like some of that's not really lining up.
Should we just press on it?
Yeah, let's just press on this for now.
But the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Well, they would have. Dark in the room. Let's just go ahead and press on this as well, because she did just say she had a flashlight.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Mama, you do that for me?
You two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
It is rather shocking.
Okay. I wonder if we'd even just present the jar again on the thing where she said that, you know, she got all the pieces. We can just press on this one because it's the last one we didn't, I think. But then I think we present something.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dack killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana. I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Oh, she said multiple times, like, there wasn't enough time for me to do anything else. There wasn't enough time for me for, like, different things.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how we, like, show that contradiction. Large. What was the next one? Maybe we go back one and just present the jar again. It doesn't seem right, but like that's what I'm thinking. Maybe we can just be like, hey, they weren't all the pieces were separate whenever they were in evidence or whatever.
Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. I really didn't know. Something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us only with one explanation. On the night of the prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dack downstairs. Besides, even if he was dead there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
Gah! No! Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar, and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dack, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Oh, lies. Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. I should just lie. What if? We're
Phoenix Wright realizes he can lie.
We're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright.
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Sky, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
Hmm.
This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Once more for the fellas in the back.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it already was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. Only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Thought it might be needed.
I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Well, I must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I don't remember getting something from her then.
That evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Let's look at the book that we got. Evidence law. Evidence law. Oh, it's in the... Wait, maybe?
I thought maybe.
Maybe you just have to, like, tilt it upside down so that it, like, falls out.
Might be giving too much credit.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, there's a picture here. If only we had actually read this book.
Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be?
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
It's a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
Uh-oh. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. Vince may now begin his cross-examination.
Oh. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort. Must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of a noose tightening around your neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone.
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
No, you know what we hit him with? We hit him with the book.
Literally.
Yes, throw it at him.
I show that piece of evidence now. I'm sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try and conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Should think through it carefully.
Throw the book at him. Throw the book at him.
I present this piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
Nope.
No?
I'm gonna say cannot show evidence.
Final answer?
Yeah, well, actually, real quick, can we open up the book again? I want to read it.
No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Oh, maybe it doesn't hold up then. I was gonna say, I feel like this went against one of the rules. So maybe we do just show the evidence.
You think?
I mean, it is relevant, and I guess we technically would have the approval of the police department here. Let's just say cannot I mean, I feel like we want to get to the bottom of it. Let's show the evidence.
Alright. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence.
All right, time's finally come to show it to him. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let's do the cloth. Screw it. Let's get Emma. Emma's guilty.
It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Righto has checked. Haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Miss Emma Sky's.
What? They're mine? I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But... give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
Appears we have our killer.
No. Screaming. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Anyways, that's
a
the
good
end of the
game. That was
Yeah.
cool. That was neat. But what if
Mm-hmm.
we didn't?
Yeah, let's just not.
This is not.
I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie!
Chief Gant,
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
Yeah, it's got a knife in it.
it looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
Also, isn't he not allowed to do that?
I think so.
With the rules we established 5 minutes ago? I
Yeah.
was the person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. I mean those items in your safe.
But why?
For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment?
Aww.
I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all of the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence that you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
I have a feeling that wouldn't have worked out. I don't know why.
Yeah,
it's
something
like,
about it.
it's-
Been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. As long as I don't mess up.
I honestly don't know what to do in this case
I don't know
because it's
either.
like, we already got him to admit that it was in his save.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember either. I don't remember the right answer. I'm gonna leave it all up to you.
Yeah. Fine. Well, if we didn't show it before, I mean, can we still not show the evidence is the question. So at this point, basically, things are already kind of pointing towards Emma. But like Edgeworth said, things could be fabricated. But does us showing this evidence help in either way or hurt?
Yeah, I mean, there definitely has been a lot more since the last time we were asked this question. There has been a lot more pointing towards Gant now.
Yeah. I think we show the evidence. Give it a
Okay.
try. I hope that Emma doesn't and Mom don't die.
I do have evidence to present now.
All right, then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
We're showing the cloth.
Maybe we don't show the cloth. Hold on, go over to the photo. Oh, sorry. Other
Which
to the
photo?
left. That one. No, it doesn't really give us much right now. I mean, I guess we could show the cloth, but maybe there's something else we have to show here that we haven't already. That's what I'm trying to think. Can we check this thing more closely? Is there anything else we can see besides this handprint?
Left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. About it scientifically.
Getting wax all over their hand. There would have been a lot of oil on it. It happens, you know, I always slip and fall and have wax on my hands. That doesn't necessarily help us, but maybe it's good enough of a print that we can argue, like, it was planted.
Do you want to...
Screw it, let's present it. Emma's
Alright.
guilty. Get her taken to court.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes! At least you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong is...
I think we just tell the truth and say they're Emma's.
Alright.
Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky,
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Would you like to see it?
No. No, anything but that.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
I mean, she turned herself into a murderer. She killed him.
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
what?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Miss Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? Talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. How could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
The Blue Badger.
It was him all along! I knew it!
Ugh.
Alright.
Go over to the left.
Would it be the... Is it something with the photo, maybe?
Oh, it might be because there's no... Wait, hold on. There's no blood on this piece of cloth.
Oh, shit. That's a good catch.
Yeah.
Oh, do we present the photo?
I think we present the photo.
What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, it's really showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it.
Screaming. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints prints are on this cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. So, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. And to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. And then he screams, very loud. It's finally all over. That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order, order. What nonsense is this?
Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth.
Ooh, is it time to hit him with a book? I feel like it's getting time to hit him with a book.
Feels like it's about that time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Mr. Edgeworth.
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Oh, well, Mr. Wright.
Seems at last save.
Throw the book at him. Throw the book at him. We gotta throw the book at him.
The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not.
I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Haji, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. You refuse to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Throw the book.
Throw the book at him.
Throw the book at him. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Oh.
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you! should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. One last yeehaw for the road. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Please reopen the investigation, Chief. We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. You took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
No. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example to others on the force. But now, you're the type of person to cancel lunch dates, and I can't live with that.
Despicable.
I'm sorry. No longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Also, fun fact about that section where Damon Gant was just clapping like a madman.
Yeah.
There's one point where he's clapping literally at, like, the refresh rate of the game. So he's clapping like 60 times per second.
That's very impressive. Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. And the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
Sorry, Miss Sky. Couldn't get you out of all of your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Smiling Lana. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you all smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Oh, we don't get the confetti.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Unless...
Unless?
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Bring out the confetti!
Yeah!
Yes! One last time. Final confetti.
Woo!
That was good.
That's all. Court adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. I just now, after the trial ended.
We don't need to hear this again, it just happened. They're really playing the whole scene.
They are.
Oh my god.
You know, I did my best too. But Ron didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You never are.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? He's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. Had to. It was the only way I could make it through in the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. Hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma.
Applause. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Hiding, come over here.
Where was he hiding? I've lost hide and seek because of you. You will rue this day. I just came to say, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Sir Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. Oh, we don't need to see the whole courtroom scene again. We're fine. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Edgeworth. Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. Think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright.
I will be his weapon. I will kill for him.
And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah, I'd kill for him. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Kill for him.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Power of friendship.
So what is it? Something that Edgeworth or I would not have been able to find on our own. Oh, this maybe.
Oh, it's the fractured list.
Yeah, you think?
I feel pretty good about the fractured list. It's literally like joined together.
Yeah, that has to be it.
That's the picture I drew.
The counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other.
It's like a heart locket.
Part we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. It's adorable. Now kiss.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
You'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
No. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. See you in prison. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith.
That they can turn about. Wait.
Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trucking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Hey. There we go.
That's funny.
How are you feeling?
Good. You know what? Oh, man. Who would you please to study under a top coroner? As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
How you feeling now that's over? That was a good, 5 hours.
Yeah, no, I definitely, you're right. That of course that last case was just so much stuff, but ooh,
I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. This goes to show. Can't shake me off that easily.
hey. I will say I felt very guilty whenever we messed up the one time, and it was like Lana was guilty and Emma had killed them. It was like we showed the
Yeah.
evidence too soon. I don't like that one just hurt me, and I was like, it took me a while to recover from that, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of bullshit on the game's end, but
It was definitely a very like,
it's not a cowboy.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir, then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
Who?
I said Dick Gumshoe.
I better show cowboy one more time.
I swear if they don't,
They better.
yeah,
Yeah,
but,
we don't.
very very excellent game, I will say, especially this case. Oh, could it be?
It's him.
Yes. He.
You were the
Key to it all.
mastermind behind it all.
The Blue Badger.
I knew it. Oh, well, he's
Oh
dead.
no!
Anyways.
Oh.
Blue Badger's dead. Long live Blue Badger. But how do you feel now you've finished your first Ace Attorney game? Do you feel like your life has changed at all?
I feel like I'm ready to go to court. Oh.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown? The star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water. He's an outlaw now.
He
What he's always
is.
wanted.
Heck yeah, dude, he's for real. Oh my gosh. Huh, looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. Top layer taste as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Oh, she said turnabout.
She did. She said the thing.
She did it. She did it.
Yeah, now we just have to play like 7 more games and like a couple spin-offs.
Easy.
And you'll have the whole Ace Attorney experience.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer did. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyways, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? But anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go.
That's his chair?
Chair.
That's a very red chair.
That was a much redder chair. I'm sorry, I cut you off. What were you saying?
I don't even remember.
Oh yeah, all
Sorry.
the all the everything that we will now have
Mhm.
to. Yes. And then we'll finally know what a real Phoenix Wright game is from there. Just once we play all of our spins.
Look who it is!
Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
We'll have to see what
There
that's
she is.
about in the sequel. Oh, look, you even got to see Maya one more time.
We did. It was all worth it. Yeah, I would say, yeah, very good. I can definitely see the appeal of this and also why so many games were made, especially. Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth is dead. Has
Mr.
passed.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea.
Huh?
What's going on? Oh God, I'm fired.
Probably is what it was.
Thanks for coming to see me off.
I love the screaming button.
Can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thanks, you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Or visit prison.
Commit a crime. Go to prison. Oh,
Wait, we can open the book?
oh, open book.
Aww. Aww.
That's adorable.
Look at
Wait, Capcom made this?
Wait, did they?
Yeah.
Apparently. Huh.
Phoenix Wright is in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Yo. Is it really?
Yeah. I think you can like summon Maya as an attack.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I kind of want to play that now.
Speaking of which, Marvel vs. Capcom, I think just got a re-release or
Did it?
remaster or something. Something happened with it where it's relevant again. Yeah, Phoenix Wright is a fighter in that.
That's kind of hilarious. I never would have guessed that.
Yeah. I don't know if he's actually like top tier or anything. Anyways, that's
Wow.
that's Ace Attorney. Good stuff.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, I gotta say, I was thoroughly impressed with the whole game. Especially, and you said that was the bonus case for this re-release, or for how?
Yes.
I forget.
No, just for the
Gotcha.
first game. The last case of the first game. And then we have 2 other games in this trilogy if we ever decide to come back to it.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I would not be opposed to revisiting this at some point. So
Yeah.
we'll see what we're doing next. But either
Yeah.
way, it was a very enjoyable experience to play through these games.
Yeah, we have a couple ideas of what we'll be doing next. We were talking maybe either Live Alive or Kingdom Hearts as a couple things. But we'll see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That'll be it. Anything else you want to say before we hit the end stream button and go to sleep?
Just general thank you as always for everybody coming by. Always appreciate it. It is a lot of fun, and yeah, these games were definitely awesome to be able to be a part of. So happy to be able to share that with you guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
See ya. Have a good night. Bye.